Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing? Wyatt, what's up? So it looks like we opened above 70, moved back towards the market maker's expected move. Pretty much what I expected to happen last night. We bounced off the, well, we bounced right before we tested the long-term trend on ES. Um, it's a pretty shitty bounce so far. I wouldn't say this looks very good. Puts printed, feeling good about the rest of the day. Nice, dude. Can we test ES 5820? Sure. We just rejected off of the gamma flip again. It's probably not a good look. Could move down as low as 5770 on a drop. So I'd say things still look pretty bearish here. Got a downside gap at 86, upside gap at 95. Yeah, NQ got hit hard on that. It reminds me of when we never retested 5669 back in the day. Had a shitty bounce right above it and then stayed up. Back in like August. Or 5669. I feel like I vaguely remember it, but maybe not. You talking about before like the election? Is the UK having another guilt crisis? I mean, their economy kind of sucks right now. I don't think they're having another guilt crisis yet. We got a bunch of data coming out of Britain this week. I didn't see anything particularly terrible. Several months ago. Gulf crisis? I'm very familiar. Oh boy. What would be a bullish data print for tomorrow? PPI at like 0.2. Well, maybe more so core PPI. Both coming in at 0.2 would probably be pretty good. That'd be like 3.5 or 3.4 year over year for PPI. Last month it was quite hot. It was like 0.4%, I think. And it's been pretty steadily rising for like the last 3 months, I think. So was it August that had like the hotter print? I think it was like up in August, down in September, and then up in October, November. Is Fubo bearish at this level, or does it have to drop below 4? It did lose support. Fairly important support, too, with this morning's sell-off. It had support at 450 and 5. I mean, this could be supportive simply because things just flatten out here a bit. Gamma trend's a little positive to the downside, but 4 and 350 are relatively flat. So a loss of 4 could easily be a test of 350. Discord muted. Discord's not on. Hold on, let me start that. There we go. Thanks, Danimal. Rest of the year, do you think VIX goes back to the 16 to 25 type range? Do you just do, generally speaking, like the environment stays higher? Like the volatility environment stays higher? Because VIX is at 20 right now, which would be the 16 to 25 range. It's probably going to depend on Trump, but he has a habit of creating a lot of volatility. Also, this period, like the period from like the 60s through the 70s, where like the 10-year started, like 10-year earnings or 10-year yields started to move up above the S&P like earnings or forward earnings yield, was pretty fucking volatile. So yeah, I could see us having quite a bit more volatility for some time. I have a feeling we're gonna fight with 5800 today. It looks like that. Oh, it's fine. You're gonna use the new fancy stuff. Now. Jealousy's an ugly color. Yeah, just Johnny. I was looking at some of that historically. It looks spicy. It was just like bull market, bear market, bull market, bear market, bull market, bear market for like a decade. Not quite the horrible shakeout that like 1929 was, but it was probably rough. The bond market was actually insane. 10-year at like 13%, I think at the peak, some 13.5 or something like that. Yeah, it was nuts. Are you still holding all of your Fubo? Have you sold any CCs? I sold CCs Friday and then closed them Friday and then sold more CCs Friday. But they're back at like 550 now. If Fubo gets a little bounce here, back above 450, we could maybe push up to 5. I think with all the delta concentrated to the downside, maybe I'd sell some CCs there. A retest. I should probably buy back the ones I sold on Friday. Those are done. Just dropped Bloop's next song. Filled with fun events like the president resigning, the gas crisis, and 18% mortgages. Yeah. Hey, we survived it though, right? As a country. Many people crediting Reagan for economic policies that were in place before he got elected. You just dropped Bloop's next song. Oh yeah, I read that. I agree with reminding people that your cost basis on Fubo is sub-zero. Well, adjusted, but yeah. My unadjusted cost basis is like the same as everyone else's. It's like $1.30 something. Lorp DM. Hold on. My man, well done. One second. I think someone just popped up in my door. All right. Sorry about that. Where was I? Might be worth reminding people your cost basis on Fubo is 0. Can you explain the difference between delta flip, gamma flip, delta neutral, gamma neutral? I mean the flip points are using volume. They're not based on OI. So they're a volumetric approximation of where gamma and delta turn positive on the chain for the 0 DTE. The neutrals are also the entirety of the chain. So they're a much broader like view. Whereas these are simply just the intraday. So only 0 DTE options are going into this. Sub-zero Gherkin. As the snow falls, so will you. Carry trade is 942. Jesus fucking Christ. Yep. But how's your sex life, Gilgamesh? What's the yellow line above Delta Flip? Is that top secret? It just doesn't work. Well, it does, but not the way we want it to. What level do I need to see Pickles pics? If that's still a thing. Dillionaire. Dillionaire and up. No problem, dude. Apple True overcharges on mobile. Oh, yeah, yeah. Apple will charge you like $5 more a month if you get it on their app. You guys really improved the legends to this chart. Looking good. Thanks, man. So it looks like we're pushing into 5780, which is minor support here. Breakdown there, test at 5770. I guess we had to retest the gamma flip before failing. But it does look like it's starting to fail now. Gamma falls off pretty negatively to the downside till about 50. You see that yellow line? So gamma keeps falling off down to about 5770 here. I'd appreciate it if we called it by its real name. The bowel movement indicator. Yeah, it's actually just a line that's hooked up to a microphone in Nuke's toilet. As you can see, consistently having his bowel movement at about 10 a.m. this morning. I'm glad that fiber supplement's working out for you. So everyone knows when I'm going to take a huge shit. Everyone knows when you're taking a huge shit. $4.8 when bank failures above 5. My June puts are up 37%. Yay. Nice. How are yours? Still doing pretty good. They're, I think, a year later than yours, though. So a bit more sensitive to volatility. However, illiquid, and the spreads are shitty. How does that correlate to the itchy butt indicator? I don't know. We'll look at something on this. Spread. Vertical. 454. 350. 35 cents on 50 cents of risk. 24 cents. 50 cents of risk. Surprised we haven't rocketed to 4% to 6,000 to save their bull market. Well, remember yesterday we were looking at like that leverage relative to moneyness, right? And I mean, we've gone like over that hump a bit this morning. So probably quite hard to regain some of the ground that was lost in the overnight session. I mean, this is like where all the sold puts are. So, or well, where all the sold puts were on Friday. And so, with the drop, put delta is going to have risen quite pretty substantially. Which you can kind of see right here, like the put delta value, that's going to have gone back up, probably closer to 2 trillion. We're going to see call delta continue to fall off. What is this sexy indicator, and how does my wife suck the dick of whoever made it? Well, Carl, you don't need to worry about that. That's the options macro. And JFresh is a cat. The VIX over 20, is all of our movement going to be outside of trading hours? Some of it's going to be, yeah. 57.50s, 57.75 sold puts, concentrated at 131. So not much theta left. No. CTA levels. The next really significant one's going to be the, like, it's going to be like 50, like 57, I think it's like 57.70, 57.34, 35, somewhere like right in there. I can't remember what the number was, but I think it's like 57.34. Can we fall to 57.50? Yeah, it's possible. Could JPOW actually raise rates again in 2025? Yeah, if inflation goes up. Hey. Even Barl's gonna raise an eyebrow at that one. What? No. So 5,800 is our new 6,100, the ceiling? No, it's just a moderately important level. It should have been major support, but it failed. Coming back up to retest that is pretty common. However, failing again, so. Can we hit 58.20 today? If we break 50, I don't know. If we get back to like delta, like positive delta, sure. Otherwise, it doesn't look great. There's not a lot of out of the money interest. Like if you look at the total exposures on each strike, like the upside interest is really fucking low. Yeah, but ES 5800 is pretty important. That also doesn't look good. Our bounce off of the long term trend was low volume and shitty. What's on Fubo CSPs here? Danger of it slipping for. Yeah. I mean, maybe if it got down to like 350, I would be interested in selling some CSPs. But I don't particularly like this level. It's like right below support. And then the next big support is at like $3. Like there's plenty of interest at 4 and 350, but they're relatively the same. So price can move through there pretty easily, I think. Like I think if we lose 4, we probably lose test or lose 350. Chance for overnight pump or just downs all week. Well, we have PPI tomorrow, so PPI could open up some upside if it comes in cooler. But then if CPI is hot, it'll wipe out any gains from PPI. Ooh, it's fucking sexy. Yeah, today does look terrible. What's this? You mentioned no positioning above. Oh, Jesus, fuck off, AJ. God damn. Your 5,800 calls are not very good, if that's what you're asking. And if you have calls above that, they really suck. Donald Trump to make all major presidential announcements, including the UFO files and JFK files, on his platform, Truth Social, exclusively. That's not how that works. Like exclusively Truth Social and then every bureaucratic website in the world. Is that real? Oh god, we're back to the Trump days. I don't know if that's like a real statement or just bullshit. Why not both? All right, yeah, that's fair. What's the difference between real Trump statements and bullshit? There isn't one. That's the problem. Exactly. We're back to yes, he really said it. Yes, it's also bullshit. I hate the double layer fact checking. Hmm. Somewhat decent volume on the NQ bounce. Hmm. Let's see. 57.85 has quite a lot of bought puts. Sold puts at 90.80. Bought puts at 95, 5,800. So that's kind of why it's harder to get to the upside of this. There's a shitload of sold puts at 57.70. I don't know if we see much to the downside of that today, but they're not for today. Also a ton at 57.50. There's a little bit of a synthetic long at 5,800, which is also acting as resistance. Some sold calls under us at 57.90. Honestly, yeah, we could just stay stuck around here maybe until gamma starts to pick up a little bit into the end of the day. Did you answer me with Neo? I don't know, like 2026, if ever. Neo should be doing good today. Weren't Chinese auto sales way up? How's it performing? Oh, here, I want to add that there. Check that one like once a week. No, no. Neo is not performing well, despite the improvement with Chinese auto sales. Don't fight it, Bears. Just light a cig and lay back. Enjoy the uprush. Todd is geeking out. Todd's getting his ass curb stomped currently. So I shouldn't be selling puts now. I'm not sure why there was a negative reaction to improved auto sales. It's down again today. I think the rest of the economic data out of China wasn't so great over the weekend. I know vehicle sales were up, but they were down over the prior month. So it grew by 10.5% on the year, easing from an 11.7 rise in November. Gotta go back and look at last Friday's data. Their inflation keeps slipping lower, which is problematic. Their PPI is like negative 2.3%. Balance of trade still running like a huge surplus. Exports, imports were up. Oh, that's different. That's good for them. Yeah, the like balance of trade data wasn't too bad. Short-term bounce off bullish data. Which? What bullish data? There's a bunch of shit about the ceasefire. I don't see anything else. Well, you can't get them in the U.S., Bob. But I think like Russia, Mexico, Australia, the Middle East, they're quite popular. Russia picked up like 700,000 cars from China in 2024.
A user put their pickle in my jar a couple years ago. You had recommended Del Frisco Steakhouse in Midtown. I finally got a chance to go Saturday night, and it was excellent. Just stopping in to say thanks, J5.
Thanks, dude. That's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, it's a good spot. Go EVs on Reg Show. Ooh. But no options, right? They didn't reopen the options chain. PBI expectations? I don't know. Last month was pretty hot. I wouldn't be surprised if PPI tomorrow came in a little lower, which would be a good reason for bulls to try to set up support here, because then they can push up higher off of like a cooler PPI print. Like PPI for the November print was 0.4% month over month. Was Treasury refunding, not the monthly? Yeah, it was the Treasury refunding. You think copper can move above 450 sooner than that? Possibly. Commodities have been doing pretty well. It's a big level. Commodities will also run with inflation going up, so keep an eye on inflation this week. Can you provide a quick update for DVN? Oh, yeah. Someone messaged me. Didn't you message me about it? Did I respond? Oh, I didn't respond. I wrote it. I just didn't respond. Yeah, nat gas is still skyrocketing, and DVN was pretty bullish. Above like 35. When we looked at it the week prior. Delta's starting to turn positive on it. Flipped up above gamma neutral at 34.50. Some decent interest to the upside, like out to 40. 37's a bit of resistance on the way there. Looks like it tested 37 today and got rejected. Support at 36, resistance at 37, break above 37. Things look pretty good out to 40 though. Pretty quick turnaround on that. Volatility's picking up. At least out on the 30-day. Yeah, looks pretty good. Looks like it could keep going up. Gamma picks up pretty decently to the upside till it hits about $50. It starts to flatten out. So it's definitely got plenty of room. Like I said last week, I probably wouldn't sell covered calls on it right now. Hmm. Why is Lady Vuat being so mean to Fubo today? Oh. Is it? I'm just retesting it right now. Ooh. 805 test. That's important, right? 804. Yeah, Delta goes positive above here. Let's see, his upside interest picked up a bit. There's a little bit of interest at like 58, 10, 20. Not sure how supportive 5800 is though. There's a gap right below it. Hmm. Hmm. It's pretty bullish. If it breaks out. Okay, 80 earlier. Hmm. Well, those of you that wanted the 5820 test, maybe. I think that line's kind of where I want it. Got the bounce off 5780 there, yeah. Which is interesting because it wasn't the bigger of the two supports. It's definitely the smaller, but I guess plenty of opportunity to sell the 70 with VIX at like almost 21. Problem is if this rejects, it can just fall right back off again. And it's starting to look a little weak. Puts. Vertical. All I want is violent. Might get your wish. see. Didn't fill the downside gap yet. That's the blue line, delta. Okay, the key's at the top. I sort of 57.90, but 820 is also good. Gotta keep an eye on call premium here. Usually where call sellers are more inclined to pile in. Nice, Godfrey. Look at the GXX beta live a moment ago. That bounce, there was a near the money strike range with positive delta but negative gamma. What does that mean? That means the net calls are in the money at 5,800, and there's more calls than puts. It's like 430.31 is hard support. I wouldn't call it hard support on just an intraday test. It was supportive slightly before. I think it was one of our prior lows. But we might have gotten a lower low today. What was the prior one? It was on last Wednesday. It was like 432. Today's low is 430. Still looks like bullish consolidation on Fubo. I mean, uh, but I think 450 is going to be really important. Volatility only really starts to pick up on a loss of like 5,800. And not very much. Below 57.90, it picks up quite a bit. That means they risk losing a lot of gamma if the price drops. Well, yeah, the gamma would go negative. That's what that purple line is. Gamma goes negative at 57.96. Hence the aggressive reversal. That's the whole day. Is it usually many billions versus the 1.1 billion so far? Depends on options volume, but it can be. Today's pretty low for like total premium. I mean, Friday was like 6 or 7 billion net. Imagine being a Dylan heir so friggin' bad, but the last time the DGEM plays just do bad things for my port. Greed. Alright. Hmm. There's the gap fill. Gamma flips negative at 57.96. How much does Fubo care if the market's going up or down? It's in IWM, and it's a little bit more heavily weighted than it was. I don't think it's a huge part of IWM, but it's decent now. Yeah, Fubo's starting to become a bigger part of the technological services sector. In the R2K. Its market cap is still significantly smaller than the larger companies in that sector, though. But no longer bottom of the barrel. So probably a bit of increased correlation with the index. This is a lower high on ES. 58.40. Support's been down around 58.15, 58.09. How smooth that chart is. It's pretty hot. I'm not gonna say I didn't feel really cool just zooming in fast. Is GS in open beta now? No, not yet. We're still trying to get this pushed out to the current closed beta. Like the new front end. As SPX finish short to 57.50, we could move down to 80 or 70 if we fall back into negative gamma. Which we're kind of deciding on right now. This looks really good. I like it. Thanks. Still a little bit of positive delta here at like 95 and 985. So I'm gonna watch those for some support. Looks like speed starts to pick up to the downside if we fall under 90. Holding 5800 is probably gonna be pretty important for charm into end of day as well. Speed's like the gamma of gamma. So it measures how gamma changes with respect to the underlying asset price and quantifies the convexity of out of the money gamma. So it tells you how fast the convexity changes, which is really important for gamma hedging, which is, you know, what market makers are doing a lot of on 0DTE options. The data basically every day this week. Are you happy to use less theta on your strangles under 7 DTE, or prefer to use more theta to dodge the increased short-term IV? I mean, usually intra-week is when I pull back the days to expiration, so I'll usually pull into like 3 or 2 really big data sets. I might even go like buy the next day's 0 DTE. Did you play CVS? I didn't. Are you completely out of GME? Yep, have been for pretty long time now. We still cover it every once in a while. And sometimes I sell vol on it, but I don't own any of it. I don't particularly like Ryan Cohen. Yeah, but if I don't say the next day 0 DTE to AJ, he's gonna ask me another question. OG rules. Not necessarily. I mean, we could break up here. Although, yeah. Upside gamma's like a little bit smoother. This is kind of a head and shoulders over the course of the day, though. Maybe that was the breakdown. Maybe not. Let's see. I feel like NQ is really important here, too. Like NQ holding above 58.50, which it's kind of struggling to do right now. A bit of a like really local inverse head and shoulders. Still getting short vol coming in, which should be bullish. There's resistance at 58.10. Oh, got shot back down again. breakout got crushed a little. What's the gold line? Bullshit. It's not even tied to like its position on the chart, so just ignore it. Good dump. Let's try. Give it time. Have influenza A. We have affluenza A. Never going back to the Bahamas. Autism A plus plus. And flu A is not the worst. Flu B is terrible. We're starting to pick up a lot more vol exposure at 5,800. So now a loss of 5,800 is more likely to spike implied vol. But things are looking pretty good here for the bulls. Here's the 5810 test. It's almost back to the intraday high. Okay, that's important. So you now have support at 58.10, resistance at 20. A bit more gamma to climb up to the upside. I don't see what tomorrow's 30-50. 1D2. $70, $4. Get the whole GS screen up so we can see the flip points as well. They're both in the money. I don't see how they're relevant at this point. I really thought when they discontinued Venue that Fubo was going to break out. Well, that's not really directly Fubo news. Probably be a lot more bullish if they use Fubo as the platform to launch Venue. Moody's just upgraded me to AAA. Hey, Autismo. Flu A is worse. Is it? I almost fucking like died the last time I got flu B. It makes me happy you have this chart up and people want to see it. Yeah, it's cool. They killed my boy Fubardo. It's far from killed. Stock's up like 200% in a month. Calm down. Do you want me to break the sync between these three charts? Yeah, if you could. Because I usually want this more zoomed in and these more zoomed out. But breaking the sync just lets people choose, which I think is the better way of handling it. No. Actually, yeah, the bottom two can sync. That's fine, because they're basically the same thing. I think as long as the line chart is separate. What's up, Water Bucket? How you doing, man? Thank you. It's just me and Atomic crushing the price on Fubo, selling covered calls, probably. Shut the fuck up, AJ. You don't realize how many questions I wouldn't ask if I was watching this. Good. Ooh, rejection. We get support at 58.10. Um, so 20,900 breakout NQ is pretty important. Where does that put us on ES? It's like probably above like 58.66. If we get back above the prior close. Dow's up quite a bit today. Well, I said this last week and yesterday. It was like a very narrow window to try to crush vol a little bit here and build some support for the bulls before the PPI and CPI data. And given that PPI is first this week, I feel like that gives them a slight advantage, especially if it's slightly cooler, at least in recovering some of the ground that's been lost over the last couple of days. Not that they're going to recover it all or anything, but they could definitely get things into a better position. Todd's doing work. Wouldn't pump PP? I don't need to. You did say that? I was listening. That's why I'm crushing calls today. Nice, man. Although I feel like you spent a lot of time with those calls crushed today. It's still touch and go here. This could fail. But I think they've got enough support at 10 that they're going to try to leverage off of it and push out, fill the gap. It's a good time to do it too. You got the long-term ES trend test, which even though the bounce is weak, it's still a bounce. Now, are we going to regain like 59.48 on ES? Maybe not. They were? Yeah, I know. Are you the composite man? Uh, no? CPI hot? It could be, but I think it has less of a chance of being hot than CPI. If it is, then the bulls pumping today is even more important. It's not going to finish up 4% today. It's ridiculous. My Riley 11710C is going to print. Probably not. Nvidia slams Biden's overreach, praises Trump. Okay. Jensen's getting political. Oligarch praises Trump. He's at 11. Let's see. Yields coming down at all? Not really. Dollar came back down under 110. Commodities are up again today. 1 month correlations kind of flattening out a bit. There's going to drop a lot more. Damn, forward yield on vol blew up this morning. It hit like 9.48%. It's still really high. It's still like positive 3% right now. Ooh, the short end's starting to climb on the carry with 6 month. So dollar is still down against the yen today, though. Hmm. TMs. What do you got? You think AMD finally bottomed? Is it $60 yet? There's a little bit of support at 58.10 here. Yeah. Are you full porting Lisa Sue at 60? I went pretty long AMD. Like the last time it fucking tanked hard. I remember because it kept dropping a little bit and everyone freaked out. Like back in 2023. I'd probably go long a little higher than that. I don't know. Maybe around like 90. 90 or 80. I would maybe start DCAing back into a position. It's been a long time since I've had any AMD. I got out of most of it in like 2022 when it hit like 120, 150. Oh, fuck. One sec. You guys making little changes? See you in there. Change made, deployed. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's definitely a lot better. Nuke the line cook order up. This isn't a production environment. Bulls better get some fucking support here. I feel like the failure to fill the gap again is still pretty bearish. Delta flips negative at 58.04. Yeah, they need to get support here. Let's see if they short the pop and vol. Hmm. Could see ES retesting like 58.45. So this is looking. So speed picks up to the upside quite a bit above 50 on a breakout of 58.20. Short vol fall off also. Or like volatility will drop on a move above 20 also. Seems like there's good support to the downside. Although I guess it could get squeezed out. But like 10 and 5800 both look decent. Maybe 5800 a little less so. Yeah, 10's not a terrible support. Long calls at 20. And then short calls at 25, 30. Someone is selling some puts out at 58.50 though. There's still some out of the money bot puts around 75, 57.95. And then there's short calls at 10 and 15. Yeah, so we'll need more short puts coming in near the money, I think. Because right now a failure, I feel like, pulls back to 5800 pretty quick. Breakout of 20 would be bullish though. Definitely a tricky situation for the Bulls. How much more could it fall given rising rates? Well, they're going to start to pay down their debt now that the sale of their assets is finalized. So hopefully their exposure to those rising rates will decline as they get some of that recurring interest payments dealt with. But I mean, further, it could fall further. I expect rates will probably continue to rise. It's hard to say where a bottom there is. I think it's already trading below book. We're very close to book. Hold on. Let's see. It's tested like 420 at the low today. Yeah, trading way below book. Book right now is like 589. think maybe the cash flow positive quarter will do them some good in Q4. They might be starting to get some more power demand with the slightly colder winter also. Oh, there we go. That was a little bump. Peener. Projected at 21. That's still a struggle. Good morning, my Snuckums Gurk. Going to be boring until CPI, huh? No, not necessarily. If PBI is cool, I don't think it's going to be boring at all. Honestly, I might go to Home Depot to buy some paint so I can watch it dry until Wednesday. I think bulls need to get the fuck out of this position as quick as they feasibly can. This is like really bad because we fell below like the the concentration of put leverage relative to moneyness this morning. And so regaining that before the CPI print is probably extremely important. So I would say if PBI is cool tomorrow, bulls probably try to rip it. A cool still means like 0.2 or less month over month. This winter's been chilly. I normally go through less than a quart of wood in my wood stove. This year I'm only like 90% into one cord, and it's only mid-Jan. Huh. In the spirit of names such as Roaring Kitty, should we just call you Moaning Cucumber? I have a question. So if you put your order in at the bid and the spread is only 1 cent, there's someone in front of you for that bid that you placed. Do you enter like a virtual line? Yeah, yeah. At which your priority is at the bottom because it's like a retail order, but essentially. That's on the clearing side. Yeah, that's first come, first serve. You'll see that a lot if you trade futures. Like, you get a lot of like, sometimes you might get like a lot of tests of your buy-in price before you actually get a fill. Well, that's because there's like a bunch of orders stacked above you. Think about best to enter 3 to 10 DT put positions and more consistent to enter longer dated put before vol events. Or wait for vol to see if a better entry can be gotten before or after. Hmm. Like, are you asking if it's better to buy when, like, to buy puts when, like, event vol is higher? Or to wait till after the event? It really depends on how high vol goes. I mean, not all events drive, like, a ton of event volatility. Some drive more than others, but he has the wood fireplace guy if he trades via carrier pigeon. Jesus Christ. Ocelot, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, Sir David. Give Ocelot a shout out for hooking you up, man. NQ's trying to push above 29. I wonder if it'd be worthwhile to try to bet on some, like 58.50 test or something. Should be for tomorrow though. 30 something. Hmm. I have to think about that. Still struggling with getting over 20. I've sold calls above 20 right now. So they're gonna have to lever up to try to push those out. Otherwise, they're gonna create quite a bit of resistance. Do we see bulls rug bulls? Yeah, if they don't get enough of a foothold quickly enough and push higher, we definitely could. It's already taking too long. Yeah, but we're still holding higher lows. This is a grind. They've got to lever up here because above 58.20, like 58.20 is bought calls, but above 58.20 it's all sold calls out to 50, and they they pick up in the number of positions as well. So it's kind of like a big wall of positive gamma. If we can get over like 30, then bulls have a chance at like substantially pushing this higher. But getting over and holding over 20 first is going to be very difficult. What if you stuck your PP in that liquidity? Oh, Jesus Christ. Beanhead spicy? Maybe. I know they said something about having like a plan recently. Looks like it could be. Yeah, up 18%. They did a mixed shelf back in December. I know their net income picked up, and they were talking about opening like 60 more stores. Although expansion will probably lead to more share issuance. Um, so, I mean, I still don't want to buy it at these prices. I do know that they brought the options chain back though. Woo, run resume sent out. Nice, dude. Where else should I try to work? Pinterest. Pornhub? Actually, they pay really well. Probably work from home too. I'd feel dirty though. Why? Dirtier than I do for GS. I mean, that's a good thing, right? I thought you were into that. Talk about job security, right? I know an engineer that works at the hub. It's a chill job. I talked about PG&E. What do you think PG&E is going to rebuild in Southern California? They're a consumer non-durables company. They make like shampoo and shit. Friend of a friend works at the hub. Says it's a pretty good gig. I know someone who used to work there back in the day. Like this would be like 8 years ago, but he fucking loved working there. I think he's talking about Pacific Gas and Electric. Oh, I would never invest in that company. That's PCG. You work at Pornhub? Get Nuka a job. J Money. You guys need any lead engineers? Senior engineers? Aaron Brackovich aside. Staff engineer. I don't know their rankings. What are you, like a lieutenant? Desk sergeant? Second major corporal Dan admiral. I have staff. Did you itch it a lot? I work as a fluffer on Pornhub. I can definitely get Nuke a job. Perfect. But I can get you a job at Cornhub. Ooh. When GS Hub API? Probably not for some time. I'm looking more product tester at Cornhub than, rather than engineer. No, not Cornhub. Cornhub. Time is it? It's almost 2 o'clock. Still haven't filled that 5811 gap. How often do you take slight losses on your straddle strangle overnight? Pretty rarely, actually. Um, it happens, but the market has to trade really flat for like a couple days usually. Because I mean, I don't buy zero DTEs, so even like one flat day won't kill me. But I got burned up in like there was like a period, I can't remember when, we had a fairly long period of like realized vol crush. I think it was earlier this year. And it also happened in 2023 at one point too. But it was like late, like mid-March through early April was super shitty. And then back in 2023, April was a fucking nightmare. I had to keep like rolling out the straddle, like the dead legs, because nothing was printing and we were flat every day. And then we finally got some like volatility in like the middle of the month, and I think I got out of a bunch of it. But generally speaking, I don't have to do all that much management. Even on the days where I like fuck up my exits and stuff, I usually pick up like at least 2 or 3%. That's why I kind of highlight it to people, because it's really not that hard to make a little. It's hard to make a lot on them, but to make like a little bit isn't too difficult. And since most of the moves happen, like the bigger moves happen in overnight anyway, you tend to get like, huge returns like over time. You hold those overnight straddles over a day sometimes, yeah. Especially the dead legs. Very frequently, I'll just like start selling options against the dead legs. Like I'll sell the 0 DTs against them if we're in range, or I'll sell like 2 or 3 DTE against them if we move way out of the range. And a lot of the times, like those dead legs just fizzle out, right? Nothing ever happens. But sometimes you get a mean reversion and they all print, and that's huge. That's especially true when we have like a big overnight move, and like the other side of the other side of the straddle's already just like more than paid for. Harder to get that in higher volatility environments because your spread is wider due to having to strangle. Like there's a nice window between like 15 and like VIX at, well, spot IV, let's say, between like 15 and 18, where strangles are particularly good. Like not very wide ones, but like maybe 10 wide or 20 wide strangles. Um, then is like IV, like at the money IV starts to creep up to like 19, 20, over like the 5 day. Um, it starts to get a little bit better to do like inverse condors or inverse butterflies, because the price of the straddle or strangle gets to be a bit too much. Your thoughts on HE? Do they have any decisions on the court case coming up? I mean, that's 90% of the short thesis. So, I mean, I wouldn't play it because it's entirely like the entire play is just based on the court decision. They still have shitloads of debt. A little bit every day is great. Plus, you get exposure to make a lot every so often. Yeah, well, in this environment, it's been pretty frequent. That April 2023 period burned a lot of people like me pretty badly. That was awful. Yeah, like after the bank failures, and then that entire month was just like flat as fuck. I tried selling 0 1 DT against dead legs a few times and got trapped when price action reversed. Be careful. Buy them back. Understanding important support and resistance is a big part of that. Like if the upside move is out of the range, it becomes a lot like out of the current trading range, it becomes a lot safer to sell the put against the long put in the lower range. And then you can hedge appropriately if that range breaks down. But if you're trying to do it on like small intraday moves that are staying within the expected range for the day, you'll probably get blown the fuck up. These rejections are aggressive. Yeah, gamma, delta, and everything are still negative as fuck. Does that mean inverse condors and butterflies are better this week? They're cheaper. They're significantly cheaper than paying for the straddle. I mean, I still manage them the same way if I use them, which is rare, but if I do. They're also less profitable. You just have the benefit of a lower capital allocation. US Steel News this AM. CLF catching a bit too, staying away. Fair enough. I saw that already. I'm not really interested. We'll see where it goes. Nippon Steel is definitely gonna sue, and that's gonna create all kinds of problems. I mean, this is still, I know it's wide, but it's still consolidation. They're long. Most of the reason that I traded them over the last like 2 years is that like implied vol tended to be significantly lower than intraday realized vol because the volatility shorting has just been going wild since like mid 2023. Well, even end of 2022. My 5750s for tomorrow cooked. If we break above 5820, 30, yeah. I mean, you need PPI. You probably need PPI to come in hot. I don't think we're gonna. I don't think we're gonna lose 58 or 5770 today. 5800's probably also fairly supportive. Although things are looking a little bit more bearish to the downside of this, so it's becoming more and more important that bulls push up. And this is kind of distributing out. Call premium's been picking up quite a bit, so we're getting like some like more out of the money sold calls. And the longer it takes us to break out of this resistance, the more likely it's gonna fail. It already has a higher like statistical likelihood of failing because of the negative and gamma environment. But I don't know if we get to 5750 by tomorrow. I mean, PPI will probably need to be hot. If PPI is cool in any way, I expect bulls will probably try to push the market up as much as they can before CPI. Strangling SPY is not as good. QQQ and IWM are both better, but only slightly. think I'm just gonna toe ring these. Let's see what happens. The best is when vol is lower on QQQ or IWM relative to SPY. That basically never happens. I mean, it literally. I don't know what time it's happened on IWM. QQQ maybe once or twice, but it's also probably pretty fucking rare. Nothing. I'm concerned that you don't know what that means, Surface Smurf. Penis balls. Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying things. What happens when I overindulge in caffeine? Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. I mean, the expectations for CPI are already higher, so it would have to be hotter to have a significant effect. That's not already kind of priced in. Are we holding puts or calls right now? I have some, like, call side debit spreads. 58, 20, 30, 58, 50, 75, and a couple calls out at 5,900. I have like longer dated puts, but I already closed the shorter dated side of my strangle from Friday. I already closed out the strangle calls because I'm not sure if this is gonna go higher or not. Like this failure on QQ, like NQ looks not great. They could still get support, but I don't really like the way it looks. Uh, Seems like as good a setup for a bear rally as we're gonna get. Hmm. Let's see if any of the upside positioning is starting to break down. Seems like the day wears on, how like the flip points are now getting closer to spot as we trade above it. That's not good. That means that the gamma out of the money that supported the move up is starting to fall away, and most of the concentration is at the money. And this isn't super supportive anymore. Like even 10's less supportive than it was earlier. A bunch of the put interest down here is pulled back. Touring these means just hold them and see if Todd skeets it into end of day. Yeah. What would you say is your most consistently profitable trade? I mean, selling options. It's generally way better than buying them. So pretty much anything involving the selling of options and is going to have a significantly higher like profitability rate. That doesn't mean that they have a lot of profit. They tend to have a lot less, but they're far more consistent. Mm. Mm. We have less short puts to the down. Like, well, there's still a decent number of short puts to the downside here, but most of them are still around 5,800. So I would say that any pullback at least goes to that level, if not lower. 5,800 or 5790. The failure to get above the bot calls at 20 here is kind of crazy, though. And we keep testing it, so people keep taking profit, which has reduced the total number of bot calls at 20. We're gonna need another big, like, short vol move like we got earlier on the bounce from 90. Um, to push through, like, 58.25. And we just might not get it, honestly. It's more likely into the end of the day because the options get a lot cheaper. But someone's gonna need to like long calls or something. Do you think the move on PPI is gonna be more significant than CPI? I mean, it's the first one, so possibly. It really depends on if they're like if one of them misses or doesn't miss. And if things come in at analyst expectations, then the market reaction's probably going to be minimal. If it beats or misses, then the reaction will be stronger because, relatively that's not what's priced in. And right now we're already pricing in like a slightly hotter print. Like the expectation is that inflation is going to move up. If that's a lot hotter, it'd be very bearish. But if it's a bit cooler, then we could get a recovery. So like under 0.2 or under, month over month, or 0.4 greater? I have no idea what's going on with DJT. I could take a look. I can't tell you whether to hold them overnight or not. It's up like 16% today. It could be back at 35 again tomorrow pretty easily. I'm far in the money. Okay. It's up to you. Fucking stocks up like 20% a day. Do you think there's any valid reason for it holding a higher price? Because there isn't. The stock's worthless, right? And it's trading at $40. Fraud is bullish. True. I mean, take a look at the options chain. Gamma Max is around 38. GN is still below delta neutral. So whatever interest came in today was driven by news today. None of the positioning on Friday looked particularly bullish. There was a tiny bit of support at 35. Looked like Gamma topped out to the upside around 50. Delta too. Delta around 40. No, Gamma topped out to the upside around 40. Sorry, and Delta. So any price improvement above 40 is going to be positioning that came in today. It was the fucking chain was dead up there. Otherwise, so I'll know tonight better than I know now, and that'll be after you've had to make that decision. This how McLovin lost money on Upstart the first time. We don't talk about that. What do you think of utilities at these prices? I mean, I think they're mostly, well, nat gas utilities are up a lot, but like energy utilities, I think are pretty decently priced. The only problem is that the more popular ones are priced relatively well. Like, I don't think there's a ton of value in them. And rising rates are gonna kind of continue to depreciate the whole sector. I expect rates to continue rising over the next like quarter at least. And so I mean I think their pricing can still come down. No problem, McLovin. Wall Street Bets pump. There was weekend DD about DJT. I mean, it's. I don't think. I think it's news driven also, not just like a Wall Street Bets pump. Would you recommend straddles if I can't buy or sell against my calls and puts? Yeah, they're pretty useful for being unable to do that. I mean, you're gonna need to be more skittish with leaving legs behind because you're not gonna be able to net off the cost of them by selling against them. Fucking Canadians. Can't you guys petition your government for the ability to trade normally and hedge your fucking retirement accounts? Trump transfers 4 billion stake in DJT to a revocable trust. So buyers think DJT's Trump rug pull risk is no more. But the company doesn't have any value either. It doesn't matter. The company's worthless. They don't make money. What's revocable? Do people not know what that means? I feel like Trump's the kind of guy that every time he enters a room, he locates the exit before taking his second step in. This is a little better. Pushed up into some of the sold, well, pushing up into some of the sold calls here. Although a weaker move on NQ. See if we hold 20 as a support. Yeah, see, we got like a nice, like, well, a decent vol short here. More of that. We need more of that. More bullish over exuberance. Isn't that what you say to short sellers? I revoke you? No. Shouldn't Greg and AJ be flying water bucket planes over California right now? Imagine living where there's no fucking water. And then being like, oh my god, there's no water to put these fires out. You guys just need to breed wild goats all over the state and they'll eat all the underbrush. And then you won't get fires anymore. Just spend all your money on goats. Or just rake the forests. Goats are cheaper than people, Dave. Everybody in California is either already a millionaire or really way too focused on being a millionaire to go out in the woods and rake the fucking forest for $13 an hour. You're never going to get anybody to sign up. Did you just reveal Trump's next shill? I'm going into the goat business. I need to reach out to Popcorn, figure out a breeding plan, but I'm going to sell them to millionaires who live in fire hazard areas so they can rent out my massive herd of goats to trim their properties. And then I'll just leave all the goat shit behind. Or maybe I have to hire like one person to scoop up the goat shit. I don't know. I don't know how that works. It'll depend on the Coastal Commission. They don't have enough goats. They need more. Don't tell people to Google that maze. They used goats in Oakland Hills when I lived in the BA. They were awesome and ate everything. Poo fertilizes the ground after they leave. What will the goats drink? There's no water. They get the water from the plants that they're munching on. More goats. It's not enough goats. Wait, where are you? Are there fires where you're at? Maybe the goats prevented them. There's plenty of water in Cali. Where? In the ocean? Well, Greg, I'm poor again. Because of the 5750 pits. We did open above 5770. I'm not entirely sure why you have them, but that's poop. I knew a girl named Callie from high school. She gave my buddy a BJ for McDonald's French fries. Seems like a bad trade on his part. Was she hungry? Maybe she was gonna give him the blowjob anyway, and was like, the fries will wipe the taste of cock out of my mouth. Guys don't do that? I wouldn't know. Usually the best fix for that is more cock. Thanks for sharing, Dork. What was your selling points of my ex? You better not say fries. I just walked around naked in a pair of Tims. Apparently that's all she wanted all along. Not the boat shoes? Shockingly, no. Butter, of course. Who wears black Tims? What is this? Like, what am I, a contractor? Only plumbers wear black boots. End of day prediction. If bulls can hold the support at 20 here, they could push it up to 30 or 40 by end of day. That's too much, Dork, and you know it. $50 maybe. 50 would be fucking crazy though. Bikers and goths. Ah, alright. Do I own any black boots? But they're like dress boots. And I don't like them. Because they're pointy, like the toes are pointy. Makes me feel like a witch. Today I learned I'm a biker goth plumber. All three of those people get a lot of shit on their shoes. No, you could do a what we do in the shadows kind of vibe. You know, I don't own a lot of vests, though. I don't like wearing shoes that are too pointy unless I have a vest on. DM? Is it a vest? It's probably going to 0, but it's been a fun lotto ticket so far. I mean, if we break 30, it's like the contract value is going to go up. It's already up like 130%. That's like, what, $50? We're up 200%. Speed is fun. It is. If it ticks up. Otherwise, you just watch your $50 turn into 0. It's like goes straight to 0 in one tick. But that won't happen until 3 o'clock. Yeah, he's like scalping the bumping gamma, essentially. The gamma of gamma. It's actually a really I actually think it's a fairly good way to scalp like big like important breakouts. Like the 20 breakout. The 50 is a good way to scalp that. If we go above 35, things are going to start getting fun. 40. Still 40. But things do get a lot more fun above 40. I think on like the longer dated shit too. Like we start to push off some of the delta. 35 is on the way to 40, and I'm trying to feed myself copium. Yeah, but don't do that, because we'll test like 38 and then reject back to 20, and then you're going to be like, I lost everything. Oh no, my $35. Exactly, Dork. That's like 10 fucking quesadillas. I don't even know why you're taking so much risk. It's the raise you got. We're out of room to the upside near 58.50. No, we can keep moving up if PCI is good. Above 58.50, things actually get kind of bullish. The market maker, like, bid to cover will pick up. It'll drive the index higher. Because Delta will start falling out of the money again. Remember, all of this shit got burned last Friday. On from yesterday's once-overs up nicely. Yeah, cool. Does Fubo look like it wants to turn around anytime soon? Well, 450 is resistance now because it fell below it. Dork's contract now worth $0. Is it time for me to buy your contract? Ooh. Kenny front running you after I front ran him. Yeah. Mm. Rejections are still so violent. Todd's about to step in and save the U.S. economy. You better step in soon. Otherwise, VIX is going back to 20. The NVIDIA daily does not look good. Yeah, but that can turn around really quick. The Todd arrives precisely when he means to, before the PPI data comes in at expectations and bulls try to rip the market. One day of selling everyone the copium that the Fed cut was the right choice. I kind of want more of these. But I think I want them at like 15 or 20 cents. Maybe I won't get 15 again. 20 cents? Nah, 15. I think it could happen. I'm gonna dream big. Up, down, and gone. Yeah. Come on, Tesla support. This is so degen. Yeah, a little bit. But this is also the first time bulls have got like a relevant support under control in how long? Like 5 days, 6 days? Speed's about to crash, but fuck it. I stopped day trading a little bit ago. I'm not gonna lie, having my peace of mind back is so nice. Huh. I have the opposite reaction. Robbed. I'm not gonna buy them higher on a head and shoulders, despite it being descending. I mean, ascending megaphone. Apparently, you took more of my money during the holidays. That's not very Christmassy. Blame YouTube. Thanks, Evans. Merry Christmas. I think PPI could come in warm. I don't think it's impossible, but I don't think it'll come in as hot as last month, which makes it. I mean, the reaction to it's probably going to be that it's cooling, right? Almost 3 years, and then I can finally quit. Your job? That's not pizza party behavior. Huh. Thank you, Cobra. Data comes out tomorrow, Wednesday. Come on, Bulls. Give it a real go. Right? PPI's tomorrow. I didn't know there was a time limit, Cobra. You know when you become a poor, I'll just never talk to you again, right? I hope you're prepared for that. I knew you write it off anyway. It was supposed to be one MOASS. Cobra's gonna be brown named. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's see, Buckwild full bull ripped at 50. It's quite a lot of resistance on the way there, but getting closer. If these 50Ps print, if these 50s print, that could be soon. I think Q needs to push up off of 29. Stop getting rejected. Ooh, I'm gonna get my 15-cent fill. MSRP on my call is 20 cents. Seems like it's moving up to 25. Is 50 supposed to be a toe ring play? Absolutely not. What do you think of EIX after the big drop? I have no idea. I haven't looked at it. Ugh. Oh, I don't like it because like ongoing investigations into the like Los Angeles wildfires keep dropping. What's the Go EV play? It's just like some dead calls from before the reverse split. No one wants to buy them for a penny, so they're gonna sit there until they expire. That stream card is Trash Can is legit as fuck, yeah. It's good to have the OG Louvre back in action a bit. I wonder if Flock of Steagles is. What's up, Nick? Hmm. 309 right now. Do you have $50 calls? Yeah, but just for like a test of like 35 or 40. I think they just implemented a new interface too. Charm's still not great here for the Bulls. At least not so we get above 30, 35. Actually 40, 40 and 50. Let's take it sound. Came back to Gherk ruining our play. I haven't ruined it yet. Ooh, sell it to me. Ah, you bitch. I have no idea what's going on with TJAT's options chain. Everything bullish on it that's happening today above 40 is brand new. Do you put any stock in the idea that once the Trump actually gets inaugurated, the market will sell off? It's a great time for it to for the market to sell off. It's going to be, right after OPEX. All of the dispersion trade stuff's going to have broken down. How does DJT make money? They don't. They don't make money. Someone to park some money somewhere and didn't need it to be liquid for a couple of years. CD at 4.27% or just US 2-year? Is the CD rate locked in? I don't know. I'd probably just buy treasuries. I don't like using bank products. Up to you. Unless the CD, yeah. Oh, yeah. Also taxes. Do you have income tax in your state? The 2 years at 4.4. This is a no-brainer. DJT doesn't have like a positive price to earnings ratio because they've never made any money. I'm not giving tax advice. I just said something depended on his taxes. How's that tax advice? DJT's net margin last quarter was negative 1900%. I'm your YouTube accountant. Does DJT actually do anything? Like they have expenses? Well, they pay their executives. That's the biggest expense. They made $1 million and they have a current valuation of 9.21 billion. So $1 million in gross revenues for Q3 2024. $9 billion valuation. This is the most delusional shit I've ever seen. Now do Carvana. I can't believe the market maker didn't sell me any of these at 15 cents. What a bitch. Curious. Checkmate libs. Wait, what happened? Wait, aren't you one of the libs? How do you... No thoughts, only dreams. My only dream right now is that this contract goes in the money. I wonder if bulls know that they need to short vol harder. They must, right? Who's dad in this scenario? Are you calling Trump dad? Gross. Dork is my dad? Oh, yeah. Can you call him daddy so I know the difference? Maybe we can make it more like waifu specific. No, not senpai. That's like Oto-san. I don't remember. Something like that. Well, we tested 30. Wait, I'm gonna get my fill now? Motherfucker. Fuck you, dork. Oh. Why do I feel like I'm just not first in line? Normal RC by EA. Why, you want them to make even shittier games? What's the plan with the Go EV calls? I didn't have one. I'm definitely not gonna exercise them. I don't want stock in that piece of shit. Ha! I got filled, dork, which means we're never going to 50. It's all NVIDIA's fault. Well, wait, they can short the 25 put again. There's still time. Oh god, NQ looks terrible. His dead may never die. What do you think this will open tomorrow? Run overnight? Not if we close back at 5,800. Who? Did you see some like crypto coin pump and dump scam a la Haktua coin? Yeah, all of that shit's fucking. They're just. All of it's scams. It doesn't matter. Farcoin will float the market. Mm, true. All people need to know is when more than two people bring up DJT in here, it's a great time to sell bear call spreads. Usually. It's like jammy. Looks like you can get your fill at 5 cents. Maybe. I kind of want to buy some more at 10 cents. Just synthetic long at 20. And they're selling the 25 and 30 put. But we might have not have enough juice. Twenty's still supportive here. These are my favorite plays. I don't have 30 to 1 leverage yet. It's just 20 to 1. Yet. Hell yeah. If I'm gonna buy out of the money shit contracts, I'm gonna buy a lot of them. We're not going to 58.75 end of day. Did we just reject off the gap fill? That's not good. How about shut up? You know full well we're not going above 58.50. Even if we did, it'd be like 52, and then hard rejected back to like 48. 48 or like 44. We aren't going above 58.30. Shh. Now you're just trying to ruin the fun. Greg, I'm short crude. There's no fun to be had. Don't take it out on the rest of us. Oops. That's a lot of 5850s. It's not really. Every time he does this, he's rewarded. That's not true. I've blown up lots of money on stupid out of the money calls. It's just the times I am rewarded. It pays for the times I'm not. Every time you do this and Dork follows it, it does not print. Yeah, I don't like that Dork's on the same page. Usually for it to print, Dork has to be inverse me. Well, not anymore. Now I'm the OI. And only just to spite me by losing more money than I did. I want you to be anxious for two portfolios at the same time. That's worth $500 to me. It's all the fun of prop trading without the reward of getting scammed directly. What would Trump buy shares of DJT with? He doesn't have any money. No money? Does Melania know this? Yeah, that's why she's always got that, like, nasty look on her face. Like, I can't believe I'm fucking married to this fat asshole. Imagine having his giant sweet potato body crawl on you in the middle of the night. Ugh. Fucking talk about that. I'm gonna throw up. Luckily, he's not a creepy guy or anything. Yeah. Spray tan stains in the sheets. Is that why he's so blotchy lately? I think he had to drum up a makeup artist and ended up with some guy from the mortuary. Maybe. Dork, they're selling vol again. They're trying. They're selling the wrong vol. It's a battle. But if they do get another bounce, Gamma flattened out to the upside, so they could actually get it up to like 30 or 32. I'm gonna sell the fuck out of these if they if they test like 30 cents. Some people, some of the pickle jar had purchased Fubo over $5. That's disgusting. Why? Fucking long the play for 2 years and then they buy it when it's up 300%. What a bunch of fucking idiots. Name and shame? Seriously. Fucking AJ. That's right, AJ bought it at like $6, didn't he? That's why it's going down. Did Gherkin get a boo boo? I did, yeah. I cut myself with a box cutter. Not because I was like sad. I was just cutting boxes. Like, nicked me. Maybe you should stop going to box cutter fights. Why don't you just tell me to stop living my life? Control freak. First rule of box cutter fights, we don't talk about box cutter fights. That's where I cut myself, right where the joint creases. It's fucking awful. What's the official name of Gamma Strike cereal gonna be? Decaying Charms? I don't know. Theta Flakes. Tax loops. Ooh. You think Tesla could hit 420 this week based off of technicals? Just technicals? I think a break above 400 would be bullish. Like out to 427. 51 counterparties take 183 billion today. Why would PPI cool? I just don't think it'll come in as hot. Or well, at least there's a potential for it to not come in as hot. Like I think a lot of the like aggressive purchasing by producers was done largely in like October and November. Well, November and like after the election. So I think that'll have cooled off a bit in December. But inventories should be bloated now. It should average down those 5850s. Oh god, now they're exactly where I want them. Could you discuss tips for selling CCs on GME around OPEXs? The best time to sell CCs on GME is when it's above Gamma Max. It's not above Gamma Max right now, so it's a bad time to sell CCs on it. This would be a pretty shitty close for bulls. Especially under 5820. Vol falls off super hard if it gets above 30 at all. Yeah, I feel like if this got above 58.30, they would short the fuck out the money in vol and try to push as hard as they could into close. '25's kind of shitty though. So 27.32. Do you still expect more upside tomorrow or Wednesday? It just depends on the data. Hmm. Sideways into close. Nice. Yeah, it looks like everything's just getting crushed here. They still have sold puts in the money at 25 and 30. Did Riley news ever drop? No, not yet. Sorry I'm late. What did I miss? Nothing. It's been a pretty boring day. We tested like 70, bounced back to 20, 30. We've just been stuck here. All right, later, dork. Ooh. He's gone, pump it. At least those are up. That's nice. Break above 30 and squeeze out the short calls. Ooh, shit. Gamma flattens out to 40 here. Almost. Then you just sell more puts. Oh, it's been so long since Bulls tried to squeeze anything. Nice, Tom. Nice. Ooh, NQ's gonna break up? Oh shit. $52 end of day. Do it. Tesla over 400? That hasn't happened since Wednesday. I don't know if anyone solved the stream card yet, but it's sauced pickle. No, it's not. If they squeeze the 40 in like the next minute, they can legitimately get this to above 50 by close. Sticky pickle. That's too many letters. It's definitely something like that. It is, yeah. 4 minutes for the Bulls to push this up like another 30 bips. Can they do it? We got the breakup above yesterday's close. There should be futures buyers up to like 5,900. I just don't think there's enough time. Probably hold above 30. They got most of their short puts that they were selling out of the money here. Not the ones at 50, 58, 58.50, but they got the 35s and the 30s and the 25s out of the money. Although the 35s are kind of new. Yeah. How big of a dump can we see tomorrow with hot PPI after today's recovery? Right back to today's low. If PPI is like 0.4 or 5, or core moves up, we could definitely see a dump. Short calls squeezing? I don't know if they're gonna be able to squeeze that anymore. Maybe. But there's only like a minute left. So it probably closes around here, like 35, something like that. Oh, yeah, those are blown up. So close. If only they'd pushed a little harder, a little earlier. Still made some money on it, though. Wait, fuck? What? Don't worry, it never priced up again. I didn't sell them. They didn't fucking price up. They only went up to like 8 cents. They went back down again. I had debit spreads already, so that was cool. But ding ding. Yeah, those got burned up. They sucked. But they did try. All right. So we got to close just a little bit positive on the day after the overnight drop. Looks like we found some fairly decent support around the 5780, 5778 level, which is the bottom, roughly the bottom of that election gap. We can continue to push up tomorrow if we see like softer PPI data. So I think PPI headline like 0.2, and then core 0.3 or less would probably at least be considered flat, and then I could see us pushing up more, maybe like 59.20. Which I know sounds like a big move, but that seems possible. Maybe even higher. Maybe even back to like DNGN before the CPI print. That would be ideal for bulls to get back there before the CPI print, if possible. So I think those would be my upside targets. I don't know how much we're gonna move up overnight. Usually the overnight session's not super fucking bullish going into going into major prints like that. People tend to take a lot of neutral positioning, but I will say that a move up to like 5,900 doesn't seem out of the question. I could see that being like where things get pinned. So we may get a little bit of a continuation in the overnight session, but I think it'll eventually like lock up. It could stay around this 58.75 level too. Either one of those like minor support resistances could be pretty important. Yields, I mean, mostly continued up at the top end. The 10-year almost above 4.8. 20-year still moving up. So is the 30. The 5-year is now above 4.6. Dollar stayed higher, but didn't regain the highs for the day above 110. If we see hotter PPI tomorrow, we'll definitely see dollar and yields move up pretty substantially. Commodities continues to drive up, both nat gas and crude pushing higher. Crude now at 78.68. So if we didn't have inflation increasing before, we definitely will now. Gold, however, and silver down, so precious metals losing a little bit of ground. It does look like industrials and metals largely did pretty well. Agricultural, not too bad. Correlation broke down a little bit today, but still on, or pushed down a little bit today, but still on trend. This is probably a lot of weekly buying that's driving correlation down as people buy into the OPEX this Friday. Don't forget that we have SLD starting on Wednesday as well. That in a negative gamma environment that can have some pretty nasty effects. Presumably everything would already be sold off given the price action over the last few days, and those deposits would be made early, but not always. So I'd watch out for that. And any aggregate selling in a negative gamma environment is going to be really bad. Carry leverage at 9.42x on the 10-year, and we're starting to see the 6-month move up pretty quickly. So we're getting a little bit of leverage pushed into the short end of the carry trade as well, which is kind of interesting. A lot of that coincides with the drop in the forward yield of volatility. You can see that kind of going on there. But the forward yield on vol is still closing positive again today, which means that the overnight demand for vol might spike again. Remember, people who are long bond funds are encouraged to go long vol here. And so, yeah, there may still be quite a lot of demand for that yield on volatility. I will say that like 3.55 is barely over the S&P 10-year like earnings yield, so it's not that attractive at this level, but it's still somewhat attractive, and we'll probably continue to see some spikes in like VX overnight until that goes back towards negative. That's not updated yet, but very gradual increase in move over the last few days. Correlations coming up with that, so those are a little more correlated than normal. Skew is down today, but probably reversed with some of the bullish positioning coming in under 5800 at like 5770, 5750. The short puts there will probably push this back towards the upside, but that'll update a little bit later. 20% of the S&P below its 20-day moving average. That probably ticked up today, actually, because it does look like breadth did fairly well. RSP was up almost 80 points today. So I think we'll see breadth actually pick up here a little bit. That doesn't mean tech's gonna stop selling off really strongly. NQ still down on the day despite everything else being up. And we are starting to get more positive correlation and more rapidly. We've got VX correlation moving up from 47 to 54% today. As that continues to increase and increase at a more rapid rate, the chances for a spike in volatility are going to get greater. Fed fund futures now only pricing in 0.1 of less than half a cut by June. There's a really good chance with the CPI and PPI data over the next 2 days that this goes kind of to zero, and we start seeing rate cuts for the rest of 2025 priced out completely. If that happens, that's going to be quite bearish. We've already basically priced out all cuts until the middle of the year, and so what's really left is cuts into the end of the year. That would bring the rate, Fed funds rate down to like 4.375 by end of 2025. And I think if inflation's hot enough, they'll probably start to price those out completely. If those get priced out completely here in quarter one, and inflation continues to rise into quarter two, we may even get a reversal in expectations where we start to see Fed fund futures price in hikes. And if the Fed has to hike, they're going to have to hike back up to where they were and then possibly higher. So that means that, if hikes come into play, the Fed would have to probably move up 100 basis points or like 125, either back to that more restrictive rate. And it really depends on how hot CPI is, right? Because if you look at real rates, we're currently well under, a 2% real rate, where the Fed funds rate is, Fed funds minus CPI. And so, yeah, they would have to get it out of, that kind of sub 2% range, and doing that would require that they move rates up really, really rapidly. The 10 2-year spread widening a little bit more today. 39 point plus 39.4%. This is still just, kind of inching upwards. Definitely we'll see more acceleration in the bear steepener if if the inflation comes in hotter. So be prepared for that. I think the CPI and PPI prints this week are going to be extraordinarily important. And then lastly, we take a look at the technicals. Although I think this is a bit more valid on ES, because we actually got the test of the trend instead of breaking through. On SPX, we failed the trend slightly and moved back up. So maybe that we're going to retest kind of this green trend here, somewhere around like 58.60 to, I don't know, like 58.70 by the middle of the week. And the retest there may lead to, another failure, or a break back above that could be considered a bull signal. Anyway, that's it. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for